It is back. It has been on a 2-week break, but we are returning with the Great Ace Attorney. It was very fun going through all the different trials last time and seeing how the new systems go. Although some of the tropes that they've been doing happen a lot, like the instantly losing at the very beginning and then having to do the thing where we ask the jurors why they ruled the way they did and then solve it. It gets a little bit redundant of having that guaranteed happening every time. It's like, all right, when we get into that part of this next one? But it's been very fun. Let me pull up the games themselves, and then we can talk about a little bit what happened in the last ones, because even I kind of need a reminder of what the hell happened in the last ones. So all right, let me go by what I remember out of my own head, right? So the very first case was our tutorial of the trial system. That was when we were still in Japan. We had our friend who was going to be a lawyer who's going to go overseas. We were accused of murdering an English professor, Watson. And to get us out of this case, our lawyer friend, or a friend who was going to be a lawyer and who's going to go practice overseas, helped us defend ourselves against the crime. We successfully proved that one of the people at the restaurant who was being hidden by the police about their involvement in the first place was actually the person who did it. A lady whose face we never saw and had a giant live goose on her hat. And then after the case, we have proved that we did not kill the professor. Not only did she escape, but no one arrested her or anything and let her just leave. Even after to prove that we did not murder the man, we basically proved she murdered the man. And no one got her. They just let her the fuck go. Don't ask me why. I don't know. Ace Attorney logic. Because remember, you don't need a reasonable doubt to not be sentenced to death. You need to literally find and prove someone else did it to not be sentenced to death. But after that left, we then snuck aboard with our lawyer friend to go to Great Britain, to go study being a lawyer with him because we enjoyed being a lawyer so much. Unfortunately, on the ship, circumstances happened that killed our friend. We therefore had to then take his position as the student trying to be a lawyer to Great Britain. We then, on our first day there, were made to to be a defense attorney for one of the cases that happened there, which was done by a man named Mr. McGilded, one of apparently a very rich philanthropist in Great Britain. The head of the entire judicial system told us to be his defense attorney and that it would be easy. Then, during the trial, it kind of looked like our guy was innocent, but then it looked like he might be guilty because there was so much fake evidence that was suddenly coming out of nowhere, in which we even got him off his case, but realized halfway through, something's not right here. Even though Mr. McGilded looked like he might have been falsely framed, it kind of feels like it's because he's set everything up. Then, after the trial in which he got off, he was burned alive inside the very carriage where he faked evidence. In addition, the long-awaited Reaper of the Bailey, a very vicious prosecutor, came out of retirement just to get Mr. McGilded, and then wasn't seen again for quite a while, until our second case, which we had to be a defense attorney for another Japanese man who was also accused of murdering somebody, and no one wanted to defend him, so we were his defense. And it just so happens that the Reaper of the Bailey shows up just to prosecute our friend. Well, he ended up being our friend after we talked to him for a while and did some investigation. But he then came after us. So it feels like the Reaper of the Bailey has some kind of grudge against us personally. because he only ever shows up to cases in which we are the defense. We then proved that it was a mere accident that the woman who died was killed, and it was not actually the other Japanese man. However, they're just like the first case, the trial case, and then the actual case with Mr. McGilded, there was a lot of loose ends that were still open and not tied up. And there's a lot of bits of evidence and stuff that didn't quite fit the scene of the crime, but we convinced the jury that our tale of events was correct as they got off, as they found it was just an accident that the man died by sheer happenstance, or that the lady died by sheer happenstance. Then we get to our final case, in which our friends who we had met along the way, Herlock Sholmes and his assistant, the daughter of Dr. Wilson, who we have not told her that her father is dead yet, and she doesn't know her father is dead, Iris. We have spent time with them since we have run into them multiple times doing all of our investigations. They are currently letting Naruhodo, which is the main character, and his assistant live above them. However, the pawnbroker in which Mr. Sholmes normally goes to was broken into, and the pawnbroker was killed, and one of the witnesses from the case with Mr. McGilded was the prime suspect, a girl known by the name of Ginny. We had actually spent a lot of time with her and know she has a pretty decent character. And in this trial, we find out that she was working with Mr. McGilded, along with setting up the entire murder case, because Mr. McGilded was stealing state secrets and having them transposed on music discs in which he was leaking the information. We in fact had one of these discs and found out that it was being transcribed in Morse code, and not only was it being transcribed in Morse code, but it was being transcribed in Japanese in Morse code. And it had something to do about us, this particular bit of information. So through this trial, we found out that we indeed got Mr. McGilded acquitted, even though he did do the murder. And we also found out all the loose ends of how he got himself acquitted. But we still don't know who killed Mr. McGilded. However, we were able to get Ginny off, but our assistant, who had been with us through thick and thin this entire time, was called back to Japan because her father was sick. And right before she left to go back to Japan, she translated that final disc to us. However, Herlock Sholmes' assistant, Iris, took over being our judicial assistant in that final case. Assumably, she is going to be our judicial assistant again, but hopefully we shall meet our old one later. So that's where we're picking up. We finished off that final case, found out Mr. McGilded is really behind stuff, and that state secret, and that British state secrets were being stolen. And there's also supposed to be a massive invention fair, or like a World's Fair, happening in Great Britain. And some of these events seem to be kind of connected to that, especially since the police inspector has referenced a lot of things connected to that fair, and even Mr. McGilded was connected to that fair a bit. So we're going to dive in from that. That is what I remember as an update. There are definitely parts that I have forgotten. I also had suspicions about things, and some of those were even slightly confirmed, with the Reaper of the Bailey saying that he once knew a Japanese man who betrayed him, which is why he's been coming after us so hard. However, I don't know if that's true or not. I think he's somehow connected to McGilded and whatever crime is happening that's making things go around here, because there were several things that also happened in the previous cases. The trial case, a woman killed Mr. Sholmes' assistant, Dr. Wilson. And also on the second one, a escaped princess escaped from Russia. A ballerina escaped from Russia, and a Russian assassin also escaped Russia around the same time, from the place where the lady from the first case said she was going to leave to. Because they ended up stopping off at Shanghai. And that same Russian assassin showed up as a juror in the final trial of the first half of the game. So he is literally real. So there's a lot of connections to shit that's been going on, and I'm assuming the second half of the game is going to connect them all. So let's begin, shall we? Wait. Are we picking up from the port of Dover? No. We're selecting adventure. Here we go. The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Or the second half, because they put it all in one game when they sent it over here to the US. So a lot of what I recapped is probably going to be recapped again, but I wanted to say what I remembered from my own head. And we'll see what the game does after.
Standing here in the bright sunshine,
Oh, did her father
looking
die?
out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Okay, so it's not that her father was sick. Her father probably was
And no
killed.
one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh, she's back again, huh? I hope they don't make us do another tutorial.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
I hope you have the badge for it. Oh,
So please,
someone killed her.
I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
It's just gonna be another tutorial. Damn it! I was really hoping they wouldn't make the second game of a tutorial to start off with the first, but I guess they are. Well, 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants all Antechamber. Oh, that's right. This was also the game where I think the volume was very, very loud. Wait, did I already crank it down to 7? Let me just do this. I think Ace Attorney was the game I had to crank the volume down because all the bleeps and everything were pretty loud. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Oh, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look white as a sheet. And those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh, dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I had never been born.
Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Maybe some pictures of Spider-Man will make you feel better.
Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking that you're my lawyer in this court today? Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me.
I swear by life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing.
Ree Membani, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed.
Oh, it's just that, you look so gallant and dashing.
Sorry?
And when I followed your intense gaze, it makes me feel blushy-crushy.
Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
It would seem our little plan for trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Bikitoba?
If ever your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise?
Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father.
Father? What? Is that you, Susato?
I'm so sorry. I didn't say anything sooner, Ree. It's just that...
No! What were you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, the varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look like the world, just like a student from the Imperial Human University. A male student.
I'm so glad you think so. It means my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start.
But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that?
Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she'd be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in the trial.
My defense?
Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan have barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike.
But women are forbidden.
Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self in the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer.
Oh, Susato, you're such a you'll go to such lengths for me?
Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve.
Oh no, I have complete faith in you.
Ree?
It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
Ree, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. You really do look so dashing.
Yes, you mentioned that twice.
You should be pleased, like I am when I have pictures of Spider-Man. You mean you look convincing as a man?
I'm pleased, I think. It certainly helped me bolster my confidence today. Ree, you managed to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly.
Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I could have. I mean, murder.
Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clear. Isn't that right?
Yes, it is. But it's perfectly clean.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that of your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer.
That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty like I do to Spider-Man.
I don't know. Look, I love that. I love this as a joke for myself. Fuck all of you if you don't like it. He just looks so much like him. All right.
Oh. Stand aside.
I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you're certainly surprised your father. Go to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior expertise of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ree doesn't know how it came to this. I can't believe her father's Omni-Man. Exactly.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case.
Think, Susato, think!
I didn't want to be a burden. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field. It's pictures and newspapers. But what I'll do is I can support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I watched that I wish that I were here, I wonder? Still, I had no choice but now to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. 13th of August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court or Judicature Courtroom 1.
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Mambani.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready.
Ready?
Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct?
Sorry?
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel?
Oh, yes, that's right. It's me. I mean, yes, I am Ruitaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah, it seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo.
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, that would perchance be...
You may think of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, the matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them.
Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation.
Wait, no, I'm doing actually the other guy's voice. It's supposed to be...
Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of our Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh,
Please be careful, Ree.
Yes, what an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes suggest much very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now I'm standing in his shoes. I'm starting to understand why Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes want to flit.
Our case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may very well affect the future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom.
Yep, they're doing tutorial again. God damn it.
9 months ago when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you were standing now. The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced additional assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent in answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself.
Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
I guess what I should be doing is I should be reading it in, like, anything that's not inner monologue, I should be doing in her voice, and everything that's not, I should be doing in the normal voice, like I would do with Naruhodo. Alright, anyway.
Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget if I tried.
Ah.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds want to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like yours is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record.
Yes, the answer will be among the key information in the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use the RB to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with RB, and don't take too long over it. Your Excellency is waiting for you closely.
Alright, check the court record with RB. That's when the information I need will be.
Post-mortem report. Victim, Jezalile Brett, female, British. Time of death, 11th of August around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes: extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in victim in both eyes. Eugene Mikitoba, the medical school professor at the Imperial Yumi University. He is authority in forensic medicine and in charge of the university laboratory. He also happens to be my father. My best friend, who works to be an assistant to my father in his laboratory at the Imperial Yumi University. She's the defendant in this case. Jezalile Brett, the victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. And Takasuchi Ouchi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. Yeah, I think at the very end of the last trial, we cut his top knot off, and I guess he just leaves his hair like that now.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Yes!
The name of the victim who lost her life in the case is Miss Jezalile Brett.
Jezalile Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct? And being a member of the Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with her own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten the case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the final points, everything you need to is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Jezebel Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of...
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University was killed. And the culprit was Jezebel Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
A killer queen something. I don't know the rest of the lyrics after that. Dynamite with a laser beam. I'll never forget that lyric. At the time of our country had just signed the new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of the delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of government wish to resolve rapidly. Indeed, it was, which is why the secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yumi University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Jezebel Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws, but it was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained for Empire's obligations was to see the woman.
So wait, whoa. So you're telling me that we found out that she murdered Dr. Wilson, and it took months for you guys to send her to Shanghai? Because remember, Sasato was with us in Great Britain for like 2 or 4 months or whatever before coming back here. So Jezebel Brett was just fucking hanging out. So getting the fucking Epstein treatment, just allowed to do kind of whatever. Yeah, you did something that's kind of fucked up, but just hang around. It's fine.
All that remained for Empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. On the day before, or only the day before.
That will do. I'm satisfied with the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused remember me. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when they consider she has a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot being alone together, a powerful motive.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using wrong words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are research assistant to the Imperial Yumi University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikitoba at his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikitoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
Oh, it's been 9? Never mind. I thought I had I gave too much goodwill. They didn't let her, after committing murder, they didn't take 4 months for them to finally send her off to Shanghai. It took them 9 months to finally decide to send her off to Shanghai to then maybe face trial. Great Britain was just like, oh, she killed another British person? We don't give a fuck. He just gave no shit. Jesus Christ.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she had done. A powerful hatred.
Oh no, Ree. Be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge, like I have against He-Man. I will get him one day, I tell you. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that.
I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel on what he said about...
Okay, so I assume this is the tutorial's version of cross-examination, I guess. Membami-san.
Yes, what is it, Naruhodo-san?
I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Sasato.
Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, though, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters.
Well, we knew he was sewing up.
I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else, except that detective who was, I guess, just outside because, you were changing into your bathing suits. The truth is, there was only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett to her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day would be Miss Brett's extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The
The prosecution counsel seems to be enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear, this really is terrifying. My father's right. I need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick the prosecution counsel for what he said about...
If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I mean. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal be relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as unusual, our government isn't able to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems you don't even have the courage to decline the whims of an old criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But, in fact, a murder took place.
I said, don't look at me. It was that young student girl. It was that damn bumbling, muscled buffoon and his cowardly cat. I swear. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if I don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ree would have encountered each other for a number of occasions.
So let me just put this out there. She murdered a person. She murdered a man by working on a specific poison in your research lab. Poisoned him and then shot him. And you are saying now that you just let her keep working when she has been known to make poisons. Deadly poisons. And and not only did you not imprison her, but you're just like, yeah, just let her keep fucking making poisons. It's fine. It's fine. Alabaster Morn should just continue to work. That's a joke only Fire will get.
Seeing the
murder of a mentor for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Mrs. Brett's extradition to Shanghai.
9 months isn't fucking temporary.
You can hardly blame Ree for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind to preserve this exhibit, the photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
Okay, so she wasn't wearing the massive dress. So she did change into what would be considered a swimsuit at the times. It looks like it's open on the front too, maybe? Like there's a string, like, or maybe she's wearing a robe, and that's just the belt around the robe she's wearing. She also has the pen in her hand, which means that, assumably, she was possibly writing something. Maybe she's a victim of her own poison that paralyzes, and so they moved her off from where she was, and then stabbed her on the floor. Maybe. There's also an open bottle near her, which was the thing about the last case too. Also, there is a vial in her, unless that's supposed to be sunscreen, in that little case where there's shoes and stuff in there. We'll have to see. Anyway.
Yes, thank you, Council. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
The photographic crime scene has been entered into the court record.
As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach at the time.
Let's see. Yeah, it's not another piece of evidence, so I can't investigate it any further. So there is a drink that's there that's knocked over. The bottle is still corked though, although I guess could just have been put back in. But you know, if it's a cork, you can't just jam a cork back in. Unless I guess it's one of the round ones, I guess you can. Some of the feathers are around. And there's a whole bunch of footsteps in there as well. Although I think it's funny that if she did have her mask in that left hand and she was writing with the right hand, so she's just holding the mask up even back here. Alright, that's funny.
As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. A finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
Huh? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective
who wasn't inside the thing and could not have witnessed it. So you're liberally using witness again.
I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave you no room for doubt.
Very well then, Council, bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takasuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. The trial 9 months ago, here in the very courthouse. When that irrelevant little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yeah?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Strike the hand of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji Revolution? Are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchi growth! You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown.
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is this hope exactly? I said silence! Today I face another yokel student from the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned.
Yeah, it's not enough. Good gracious.
With that,
The prosecution calls the witness to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has been much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ree's life. I don't know. I've seen that episode of Smiling Friends. I kind of get his point. Oh no, don't put this guy in here. Oh, the chat's gonna find out that I just do the same voice for both of them. No, don't put him there. Ah, fuck. Damn it, the game, they're giving the game away. Oh no. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosanaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat. Okay, this is... You messed that alliteration up horribly. Oh my god, bro. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Sosuke Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be all of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Sosuke even. Yes. What on earth is Sosuke-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from the time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know.
I presume Sosuke-san wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget about him. Although, he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that I had since I saw him last. As for Inspector Hosanaga, that amazing outfit is straight out of Expedition 33. Hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
No, he's a master of undercover. Do you think he's going to expose someone else who's undercover? Come on. How dare you think of Hosanaga that badly? He has standards. He knows what the game is afoot.
Ah, I suppose it's the disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Yeah, preserve the crime scene preserve all crime scenes flawlessly. How it's not going to testify flawlessly. It has been my solemn vow to commit all crimes flawlessly. Oh my god, if he's the last part of the case, I will laugh my ass off.
Well, I can appreciate why Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san?
Nah, well, you see, I have been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yumi University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yumi University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with the researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With with Professor Mikitoba?
Yes, that's right. I was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted me the same story or two about the former students who studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scooper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much.
He practically threw that paper at me. The Sosuke Natsume article has been entered into the court record.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor.
A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Sosuke-san. The debate became quite spirited.
Okay. So the cat that he has with him All right. So when he was in Great Britain, he had a cat, but that cat was still in Great Britain. In fact, in the last trial case, in the 5th case, the cat Flapomatic that was used to give the cat a door to go through was a key piece of evidence. So, is this the same cat? Because it looks the same. So did he take the cat with him from Great Britain back to Japan? And there's a different cat that was with us in the 5th case? Or is this just a different cat? Or is there 2 cats? I don't know. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone and see the country's coast. Those were her words.
As I explained before, Mrs. Brett had never been taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
Oh, yeah, of course, because the poison that she made last time definitely wouldn't... You definitely trusted her not to just make it again. Fuck, now I gotta figure out how to do it. Separate their voices out, otherwise Ouchie is gonna be exactly like Sosuke-san. God damn it. God damn it, game, you weren't supposed to put these 2 characters together in the same room. Alright, let's see. Can I get his voice and the... Foolish He-Man. It's Sosuke-san. No, they're both very nasally. I don't really know how to... Oh well, fuck it. They're gonna have the same voice. Then which utterance the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her.
That detective, I'm at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But, fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly, I do apologize. It's just a bit of consumption, it's fine.
Does that mean you were at the beach too, Father?
No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if I had, I never had seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly.
I saw blood on the table. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it at this very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as such. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that it was damning evidence.
What have you here, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in hand. That's right, the fountain pen.
And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Re Membani. The details of the initials of the defendant.
Ah, no.
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
The fountain pen has been entered into the court record.
So, have I omitted anything?
The pen of the victim was found grasping. Oh, I can't examine it yet. Suspicious.
Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo? That means... Oh! Yes, me.
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. The witness scene.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in a disguise.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise?
Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what you must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders of the day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer?
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only my turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. The Mr. Turtle loves the water.
Alright, bro, you're going a little bit too far with this one. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment. Really, was there?
If that made you late arriving at the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Ahem.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Oh, I got an achievement for pressing a witness for this half. Like, why is that even there? Come on.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
Hold it!
Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Sosuke-san?
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kia! Nor the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. Re Fantasio, the renowned authors, are wont for describing things so.
That's not a metaphor, that's an onomatopoeia, by the way.
Sosuke-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around to the noise at the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation.
Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach here is a simple structure, erected in a place for people to change for taking refuge from the sun.
Although, the English woman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand.
Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Very well, anyway, I tossed a crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I discrabbled and beetled off hutwise.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... But how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ri Mimbani-san.
Oh, it would have been helpful if you could just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
I don't get what that's about. Whatever.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, foolish.
That really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said anything silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norin curtain hanging on the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled in the sand. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
Ugh, he doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Sosuke-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
Nah, you like a literary man's opinion? Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman. Dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it?
No, indeed. The terrible specter of Terrapin Inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Eek. Every sight, every single sound still carved into my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
No, what were you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here. Sosuke-san, something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. We were just now, I believe.
Ah, so do you mean to say you're not confident you really did see what you described?
No! I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream. Hence, my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that?
Very simply, from the blood on the blade.
The blood?
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point.
In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived at the scene.
Yes, yes, that's right. I saw it too.
And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly.
Yes, yes, right. Saw it too.
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
The logic of your arguments is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Counsel, you refrain from mocking the witness.
Oh no, I just have so many thoughts rolling around in my head. That's all I can do to stand here wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find inconsistency in what those two gentlemen are saying? I don't see a way either of them would have been a reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that the witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even.
Ah, a delusion.
What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one way, sure way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness's testimony, you can use RB to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. So if you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what is said in the details of the court record. If you find some conflicting information, it may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified the witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with why, and the way ahead will present you itself, I'm sure. Yes.
Alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start from the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes and quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start.
Alright, let's see.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered special surveillance.
I just managed to catch the crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran to the beach hut once where I found a pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. We don't have the blade. Single deep stab wound from behind.
Objection!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep within me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What is the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Sosuke-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hasanaga.
That's me.
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Ah,
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed.
ah,
And Osuke-san,
Me?
you claim to have seen Membani-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife and that you saw the defendant holding.
yes,
And it's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
Nah, true.
Then what exactly was your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. The only one logical conclusion that Sosuke-san in fact saw was not the moment of the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be.
Excellent work, Sasato. You exploded at the right time with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this at the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-wit child managed to outwit the prosecution, who had only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, no less talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds is making not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment that just as she had withdrawn the blade already from her next strike, the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Ah! I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, it is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young local yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Reed pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
Huh?
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we won't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could stab her again, save her life, hide the knife, save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me? Or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to this slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Your young local hopefully has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Forensic Medicine Primer. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Yet they do it in movies all the time, so what the fuck do we know? That basic knowledge and any medical research assistant with 1 ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget, the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is that why you just said, is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until the doctor is ready to prove proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have known such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes. In basic medical, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ree would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance to such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ree have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ree never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have...
So, Sato,
Yes?
pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah,
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I'll be moving to my education immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Forensic Medicine Primer.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needing spelled out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
As you see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ugh.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Rimembami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikitoba? I'm not sure what you should be labeling your best friend with lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson every time. Everyone must learn.
Hopefully, you can now see that this is a really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Nambani-san would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Alright. Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such a bigoted views.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much.
Not without my persona! Alright, so we had the metaphor name drop already, now we got a persona name drop. Damn. Alright, I guess something's telling me to play another Atlas game. Shin Megami Tensei, maybe? I mean, I never have played Persona 5. Maybe I'll probably do like Shin Megami Tensei 5 instead. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. I don't even have... I do have 5. Persona 5. True. Etrian Odyssey is 1. I have to do Etrian 4, was it, right? Or was it pick up at 3? Because I streamed Etrian Odyssey 1. I tried to play 2 on my own time, and I hated it. I don't know if 3 is better or worse than 2, but 4 would definitely be the one I would go for. That, yeah, 4, yeah, okay. Well, I have managed to convey the basics now. That should cover the medical side of the argument. One second, chat. Okay, we're good again. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't a Membani-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Huh? Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. Facts don't care about you.
With this fledgling...
No, I'm keeping that intrusive thought out of my head.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you'll reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please.
Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The sworn enemy? Okay, now you're taking it a little bit too far. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mambani-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mambani-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ree knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Sasato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in further detail, too.
Ah,
I realize it's your first time playing the role of a lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudimentaries, you must only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
I was really hoping that they... So that's unfortunately the problem. Since this was 2 games that they put in the one, I really wish they let me skip the tutorial. Now, what they're doing here kind of feels like they are doing that with the ask for a refresher or whatnot, but I was really hoping they would skip a tutorial one and just kind of hop into a full trial. I know what to do.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-sama were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A.
Alright, so it's finally letting me do the thing that I was trying to do before. There we go. If we take off the pen's lid, nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? There's some sort of emblem here, look. But isn't it a Yumi University one?
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would simply be to imply the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ree.
The fountain pen of the victim was found grasped in their hands. It carries the initials RM as well as an emblem of some description. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh, yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Details of the fountain pen have been updated in the court record. Alright, so considering that she was a user of poisons, maybe the pen was filled with poison and she was stabbed with it and it was injected into her. And we're going to have to go over that later. Where could they possibly have gotten it from? Okay, I don't think there's anything else there.
This is the newspaper from Sosuke-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical's research laboratory. From Yumi's medical research? Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
This morning's paper that Sosuke-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I've not heard of any of such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strict confidence. I put Ree in charge of the project.
Ree? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article more carefully.
The article about the poison has been entered into the court record. Raucous England returnee tells all. This is the interview with you and Sosuke-san, is it, father? It looks as though it was quite the exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated while he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You might just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking.
Okay, so this is what we're going to be. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. It's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was highly respected mentor. Okay, so it's obviously, in other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. And I'll go, yes, there was. Here's an article about a poison that was stolen from the university at Yumi University. Even my father, who's responsible for the lab, knew nothing of the incident. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils. Prior to death, such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entire new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. And, as we have here, in the post-mortem report, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. So, there's no good reason she would pull out the blade?
Objection!
Yes, there is. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in the newspaper article. The article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the university at Imperial Yume University.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance to this case.
But
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But that newspaper article, the court cannot rely on that kind of heresy to those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense?
yeah, sorry man, this isn't Warhammer. You can't just say heresy and get away with it.
I'm going to need some tangible bias for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ryu would never have done something so to further endanger Miss Brett's life without a cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities? No. Why is the poison being developed? Poison stolen from laboratory? Yeah. The poison was apparently stolen from a medical research laboratory at Yumi University.
Yes, it would seem so. Call in the department security practices in the question.
The very department of the professor standing so nonchalantly opposite me, I believe.
Souza. Ryotaro.
Oh, yes, Father?
Was there some reason you felt it necessary to highlight the fact that the theft occurred in my department?
How can I explain it? It was the first detail I cast my eye over, I suppose.
I suggest you read that article again, carefully.
I'm sorry. Oh dear. Father's fuming. Wait, that was wrong? Wait. Why... The reason she pulled it from the body is because it was stolen from the laboratory. She had worked on it. She knows what kind of poison it was. And it should be the dilated pupils. It's not tiny quantity. Alright, never mind. Whatever. I guess it's this one. Or is this wrong? Please tell me it's not in tiny... Wait, does it really say in tiny quantities? Was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body. Yeah. Wait, am I just being an idiot? Fuck. According to the article, developed for the poison was requested by the military.
Oh, yes. A troubling revelation indeed.
Oh, it's very worrying.
And yet, even more worrying is how this yokel is trying to manipulate the court. Nothing more than rumors.
But I feel sure Ree had a good reason for her actions. And I feel sure the explanation is somewhere in this newspaper. Okay. Yeah. So, I don't... Alright, they're going to tell me what their reasoning is. But... If it's... Oh, okay. If it's deadly in tiny quantities, and she was already stabbed with a poison blade, then she would have been dead anyway. So pulling a poison blade out wouldn't have mattered. Like, if it needed a lot, like if it needed time to be in the victim, and she pulled the blade out because she was like, oh, I gotta get this out as quickly as possible to make sure that it doesn't stay in her body that long, then sure. But if it's like, oh, well, if the blade was poisoned and it was in her back, then I guess she's just fucking dead. Like, if it's already poisoned, what are you gonna do if it was already stabbed in there anyway? But, sure, the middle ones they want, middle one they want. I thought it was poison stolen from laboratory. She had worked on the poison, therefore she knows what its symptoms are, which is why she had to pull it out. But I guess the game will go at its own pace. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain the defendant, Membani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. You know, we could just be asking the defendant why they did it, but... Yes, the truth is... It was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body, not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
No, please. This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, and I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is all reliable in any way.
In that situation, what the student would have had done was wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it? Yoko?
Why did we suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly.
From what? From your expression, Counsel? It would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in the courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, will you present the proof to the court now? What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim.
Ah,
Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea. So please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Grr.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is a very compelling evidence.
You yokel student and yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defense's actions.
No!
Eugene Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept in the lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell me the court that reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in a newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father,
A pitiful situation for a university, Professor. You should have more control of your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
that's totally unfounded.
None of this Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault.
Mombani-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like that will not be tolerated.
But it was all me. I was the one who noticed that poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew?
I've been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sosuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
Well, I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential. Some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief?
You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that date to English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett?
Well, that's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett, but she just sat on the stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
No, because she already had the poison in her, so she was just sitting there.
Well, I know it was you who stole that poison. Well now, would it... Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor.
Huh?
That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk at the tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison?
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while I had been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that's what train of thought. What spurred you to withdraw the blade?
Yes, if it was the amount had been entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I'd hoped. Really, I'm sorry for staying silent all the time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage of which you have confessed to the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membani-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer, because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim, motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's that? What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on the bench is almost palpable. Yeah, oh boy, someone has a picture of her pulling the knife out. You haven't proved anything else.
This evidence. Also, who took the picture? Apparently there's a hole in the side of the hut for someone to take a picture through. Who took the picture? And why was there a camera in the hut the whole time? That's also creepy. If it's supposed to be a changing hut. The evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accursed murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
no, that's not true. No.
I don't believe it.
Ah.
Order! Counsel for the defense, it was you who were responsible for the shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom.
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow in mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Sasato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that the picture's worth 1,000 words, and here we have an ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record.
I can't believe he had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words.
Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Huh?
Reed?
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh,
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
Nah.
I will uphold the defendant's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking the photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence! You local yokel students are blabbering, Professor.
Is there a backside to this? No, it's just a picture. Okay. It was taken... So from the angle it was taken from, it was taken from either underneath the stall, underneath that little bit of wall where the post separates from the ground, or it was taken from inside her dress. But it looks like here that the bamboo was moved on the side. But this is coming from... No, yeah, this isn't coming from the ground and up. So this wasn't done underneath. This was done in between the either bamboo or maybe it was tatami that was surrounding it, maybe. Like, it was taken here. This would be like in the armpit and then across. So someone ripped this aside to take a picture. And like you could see a gap here, but the picture couldn't have been here because that would have been a different angle. So somewhere over here.
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that the print is so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but
The moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
oh no.
Sasato, This is the time for you to fight. If what you've established is so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that we withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, just need to prove that somehow. You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the Providences. And rue the day you came up against Takasuchi Ouchi in court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial's going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, Counsel.
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took the photograph, and the truth is... Oh, wait a minute. There's a crack in the glass on the right-hand side of this. Oh, there's no crack in the right-hand side glass on that one. But there's a crack in the right-hand side of the glass on the newspaper here, too. So whoever took the picture of the professor and the writer also took this picture as well. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim as you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I am unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What?
Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery of the photographer?
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees, tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed, if they have already caught my eye, as it happens.
Ah, what of it? Shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
Good gracious!
there's your good gracious, Stormpike. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha ha! Yes, it is a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. This isn't My Cousin Vinny. There's no bushes and branches and dirt on screens in front of this picture. There wouldn't be any trees growing outside of a hut at the beach, Council. Meh. I mean, there could be, but I mean, not like a tree as you'd think, but whatever.
That's quite remarkable about it, is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both the photographic prints is a result of some tree branches, a camera defect. Obviously,
It must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But, there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
No, it wouldn't. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article had two people in this very courtroom who must have seen who the photographer was. Or they're just accredited in the newspaper as well.
A newspaper? Nah.
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What?
What does it say? My Amiibo? What? My Amiibo? Sorry, this isn't a Nintendo game.
I see why you were called the Raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's mine memento, I tell you. Mine memento. Me, mo.
Sosuke-san, what was that? Did you say meanie? Oh, it's Meanie Miny Mo. Did you say Meanie Miny Mo?
Never since I returned to Japan. A reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Ryan Meanie Miny Mo is hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Ah, now that he mentions it. Literally the guy who showed up in the... Okay, I literally forgot that that guy was showing up until just now. I'm like, oh yeah, he was there.
They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scooper my privacy.
Could that same reporter be...
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right, and here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah, there it is.
And there I am, stuck in the middle with Ration Meanie Miny Mo.
We're saying that the picture was taken by...
By Meanie Miny Mo, yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire.
Officer, find the newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for the short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency.
As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Meh. Meanie Miny Mo.
Alright, so I can already tell you, aha, I can already see the future. You're going to examine the blade and find there is no poison on it. And then you're going to bring up the reason why she pulled it out. And we're going to have to show you that it didn't matter if there was poison on the blade, if she thought there was poison on the blade. Ha! I can already see the future, and I know how this will turn out. Save your progress? Yes. Yes, slot 3. Alright, before I continue this, I'm going to take a very short break, refill my drink, have a very small snack, and I will be back momentarily. Just need a quick break if I'm going to finish this, because it's probably going to be like another 2 hours for the second half of this one. Just like it was the first time. And my voice needs a little quick of a break. Be right back, everyone. Okay, refresh my drink. Had a quick few bites. Let's continue again. Well, like I said, I can already see they're going to examine the blade. They're going to find out the blade doesn't have poison on it. And we're going to have to go back to the pen and say, well, the poison was in the blade, was in the pen, and she was stabbed with the pen, and that was injected in her, or it got in her fingers through the ink or whatever, something like that probably. Or maybe it was even her that stole it, that stole the poison and didn't mean to get it into her, and then someone stabbed her after that. But we'll have to see. (13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber.
Well, I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin.
Ree,
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided it should shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last?
I remember.
And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. Strip me naked and yell shame, shame, shame as you do.
No, I'm no better, you know.
Oh?
Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you.
Susato?
I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer.
Oh, no.
I think that the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. In fact, that has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray,
Yes?
can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Hello, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
Oh, Ree.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and
That's right, that's just me, Brett, and myself. There was no one else. so I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
Huh. A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It will be alright. However, it happened. And whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said is true.
Spoken like a true Mikitoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up with the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now.
The trouble is, it's completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing it.
Oh, I see.
Yes, without this specific chemical reagent that I could give them right now, but am choosing not to, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver it to the police head. Oh, okay, good job. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
The chemical reagent has been entered. Okay. Yeah, alright, we're going to be using it in the pen. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in a strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory.
What's the matter, Sasato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. You put it in your own newspaper, didn't you, Father? Instead of getting pictures from that Pitaro Parker. That Pitaro Parker, I don't know. Guy must have given it to you. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
It was all that English woman's doing.
What?
It was when the professor and Sosuke-san were being interviewed in the laboratory. That so-called English lady Swan did it without any compunction, said to Professor Mikitoba.
Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there.
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sosuke-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Sosuke-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Meeny Miny Mo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you at all when you went to the beach?
Oh, no. I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh.
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sosuke-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back.
He secretly followed the party to the beach and took his very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it, anonymously, to the police.
Ugh.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we just heard that the new witness has now been ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Ri has put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
th August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court Judicial Courtroom 1.
I hereby call the court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ri Membami. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh,
What news? Why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikitoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezalyle Brett's life.
excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
No, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by a rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But
But judging by the man's swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And counsel? What were the results?
this dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would state the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
The murder weapon has been entered into the court record.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
Quick, turn the poison over. Or turn the vial over. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit of labeling the bottle in Japanese. Although I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run under a hot tap and get it clean.
I've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father. Okay, so I doubt we're able to. Oh, this is Meanie Miny Moe's pen. His first name began with an R and Meanie Miny Moe. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there could be any doubt, and this is a key to a piece of evidence in the case.
Yeah, okay. So Meanie Miny Moe's pen had the poison hidden inside of it. That's gonna be that's my guess. But we're not allowed to use the reagent on it yet. Or are we? No. Ah! Sorry, when she screams, it's supposed to be ah!
Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture the photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Ration Mini Money Mo with the So You News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journal?
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
It's simple contradiction of journalists.
I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so I can print in the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of the news.
Oh. So, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we...
Well, what have we here?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people! Meeny Miny Mo says there's a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by a curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will wrap this up. We'll see. We'll get forward at 2772 points in the 5-leg format in the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
Well, I wanted to reform the country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Tetsuki Ouchi. That's Taketsuchi Ouchi. Taketsuchi Ouchi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
Nope, readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness?
Yes?
What is the court demand? This is what the court demands to know, is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously in the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I would be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and the fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't wrote it down, I always say. That's what and he even has the symbol on his thing is with the same pen symbol, yeah. That's what I call my meeny miny moism.
Meeny miny moism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sosuke-san. Yes, that's right. It was me, Meeny Miny Mo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
I almost said intent, and then I insult with interest. Oh god. I am fucking up all the words today.
Miss Brett's words. A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core! The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Humph! Well, anyways, I quickly jotted down those words she said. My meeny miny mo memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
A serious criminal going to some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story, so I could hammer her into the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand?
The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish. From start to finish, the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Meeny Miny Mo-san. You will now give formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed at the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The camera never lies. The picture was made a shoddy old reed screen, so there were plenty of gaps I could use to see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on the stool.
I literally have not settled on this guy's voice this entire fucking time. I have not settled on a single fucking voice of this guy. It's like weirdly drifting.
The Englishwoman was sitting on the stool when the student girl came and started arguing with her.
Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked my lens through for the perfect shot.
Read screens, you say.
Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
Then it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing holding up.
I mean, first of all, the fucking name. Besides that, he looks less like you would take for like a stereotype for a journalist. Or at least back then you would. He's even got the suspenders. So he's also talking about the court system, but he comes off with very English vibes to him too. Unsure. Like I said, he's even wearing like the baker's hat and everything. Like he comes off very much as like like you would have like a European stereotype for a journalist rather than a Japanese one. Yeah, he's talking about their court system. So, not sure if he's meant to be Japanese or what, but we'll figure it out. Ignoring the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
No, yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through the gap in one of the screens.
Luckily for me, they were pretty solidly woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in the journalist, I suppose, if not creepy anywhere else.
Run a whisk one day, run a scoop the next. That's a meeny-money-moism in a nutshell.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we were close to a verdict.
No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs on one large question.
What question?
Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then, was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Nah, more pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Or maybe very close to his arm. The camera never lies. He also has an ink stain on the back of his hand still. Probably from when he was emptying the ink out of the pen. Or something like that.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see through inside.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut with two ladies inside?
Call it a journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because it was, well, being a proven criminal. The person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people! He's painting the journal as a voyeur!
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera, and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy!
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside was a scoop, nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even meeny-money-moism, yeah, it's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was was as indiscriminate.
Right, so, if that's all bottled up, Can we move on?
To the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came and standing arguing with her.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yup, and she was raging. Like my journal spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, that was about what exactly?
You stole it. Oh, I didn't steal it. That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and nearly started laying into her. I mean, if she had laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs.
The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism.
But the student's ratings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
You really ought to work on his smiles. Similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the docks was mighty angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ah, the precise moment? No, I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are. It's all here in my Meeny Miny Mo memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just said that at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. Is that what that is what I have noted down?
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, I was watching. The evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
What you describe is a grim case indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Meeny Miny Moism says.
The beach hut has been entered into the court record. By the way, Meeny Miny Mo-san. Yeah, so the... Okay, so here's the guess. She had been poisoned, hadn't affected her yet. She stood up, they were talking. She then, infected with whatever the poison is. I don't know, did she say that she stood up? Maybe she was standing up and that's when he nailed her with the knife and that's why she tipped over. She didn't tip over and swap places with the defendant because she was lunging at her. She got stabbed in the back and fell the fuck down. Oh, I think I see what's gonna happen. She was poisoned and she was unable to feel the knife in her back. She had the knife in her back for some time. It said it would take a while for her to die from the knife wound in her. So she got up because she was being confronted about the poison, and her body standing up caused her to finish dying. So she tipped over dead. Okay, that's my guess. That's my guess. The poison made her not know she had a knife in her fucking back the whole time. By the way, Minimoto-san, whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap on the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
So, you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
No, obviously not. And as ever always remains, on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense quest. Minimoto-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, not Elizabeth's foundation of Minimoism, but I'll gladly prove you that my words are meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have gotten the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves are stretched to be a breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes?
That was all could I do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot.
So you really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera.
Minimoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, in those instances, Minimoism comes out on top.
Haha.
As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's the spot.
Surely he's making this all up.
He claims to have spied on the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back. Doesn't it? That's how you feel. I suggest you trust your instincts and press on him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen many times before your eyes, times before in your role as judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. God damn it, Pachok. Do not fucking do a ZG run now. I need to do one and I'm not done streaming it. You fucking run your ZG run at like 1 a.m. like you always do. God damn it. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old read screen, so there's probably gaps. Okay, yeah, we did that one.
Did I press this one before?
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic Minimoism.
It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you.
That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph?
Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked. I pulled apart the rough weave of the old screens and put my lens through for a perfect shot.
Okay, that I think I did the... Let me see. Did I do this again? Did I do this one before? But the two women's side didn't notice? No. Alright, somehow I think it reset. I don't remember this one.
Huh, obviously not. If they had, then where would I be now? In jail, that's where.
Which you think you would make would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No! A journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did he just make that up?
The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said.
Yeah, so because it's made out of reeds, it was easy just to open up the reeds and slip the knife through.
I never once set foot in the hut or spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves are stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Yeah, but, oh, okay, I did this one. Yeah, this one I did do. Okay. Made of just the old reed screens. Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl... So... This... So, okay. This doesn't make sense with the image of how it... that they showed us, right? Englishwoman was sitting on a stool, but the guy said that she was standing there. And then seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as he stabbed. Like, that's just not... Like, this entire assumption of how this worked, not how that shown. I don't know if this is supposed to be an examine or a... Nope, it's not right. Okay, never mind. What about the witness's last statement there? Well?
The question is, counsel, what about those white eyes of yours? Well?
Alright, I just need to try to remain calm and examine the evidence again. So am I just supposed to be... Am I pressing on something I didn't press on before?
Hold it!
Did I just skip this one by accident? Do you swear with the court that you actually saw the moment? No, no, I did this one too. Yeah, and that shows this.
Hold it!
All right, let's see what her father says in his exact words, so I know what I'm actually supposed to be looking for. I don't think I'm showing evidence yet. I think I'm just supposed to. Let's see what he says. From start to finish, if true, his testimony is devastating. Listening to this, he's holding something back, doesn't it? That's how you feel. I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. You've known that scene done many times before in your role as a judicial assistant. Yes, I have. So it's just telling me to keep pressing?
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason? This is another one we've already gone over. So is there one that I accidentally skipped over and I didn't press?
Hold it!
The game is acting like I didn't press something there.
Hold it!
I can't tell if the game actually does want me to present some evidence that will get this wrong. Or excuse me. Or if I am supposed to show some evidence that proves this is wrong. Because I don't know what else to press. Because he's not... There's no one else here, right? It's not like I can toggle between different witnesses. Like you can later on in the game. Or at least they did in the first half. Unsure what game wants right now. Like right here, right? He says here he pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. So was he not looking when this was happening? He never once set foot in the thing. Do we have a way of proving he never set foot in there? Like, are we supposed to say, well, then how does she have your pen then?
Objection!
Okay, yeah, this is it. All right, good. Meeny Miny Mo-san. Until now, I've had a firm belief. The newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why we're proud to wear the emblem of the show you news on my arm. In a way, that's more mean Moism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. Ah, we're gonna... Yeah, you know how we had like a dissertation about how different things work? Like we have the viewfinder from the first one, and we also had the Morse code when they give you like a dissertation on something in here. Well, we're about to get a dissertation on manufactured consent. Wow. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, counsel? Meeny Miny Mo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? No! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved here. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. It is a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM. No! Stop! Ration Meeny Miny Mo. RM.
That's no stung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of Meeny Miny Moism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have carelessly left it somewhere recently.
Your favorite fountain pen, that is?
Horsey, horse dung!
Meeny Money Mo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Jezebel Brett in the beach hut?
Attention!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly! Show you news stands behind me all the way! I deny everything! There must be as many people with me at the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky!
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh? And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who the owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where the alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... There's some sort of emblem here, yeah. But isn't it Yumi It isn't a Yumi University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. Business of some kind. I already read this one. I'm just gonna... There we go. I hit the wrong button. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that will, of course, recognize. Meeny Money Mo-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of Show You News!
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Meeny Money Mo-san, how do you respond?
No! No!
Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness.
Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this?
As I said,
As I said, it was before the evil little student girl showed her true face in the hut. I couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came out to nothing. And we Meeny Money Moas say that people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However significant you deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it? Yes, alright, but... on one condition.
condition.
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak alone about this. You need to call back the other witnesses. Sosuke Natsumi-san.
Sosuke-san? Or Sosuke-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Then brace yourselves. It's not a harmless one. It's big.
What?
What?
Meeny Money Moism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the other witnesses back to the stand.
Sosuke-san, hiding something? Who cares? He's using this as a smokescreen. The witness's secret.
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim had still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about it in his testimony, which is why Meanie Miny Moism demands I reveal it now.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness? Well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes.
He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation.
Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must know and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency.
The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
The witness's secrets.
I asked the Englishman for an interview, Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrased it. Meanie Miny Moism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Mr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question. If you're asking for the menu in a restaurant, I say, it's the best way. The veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Phew! That told me, so I walked right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room if you're waltzing into a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. The veteran at the paper taught me that. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any Meanie Miny Moist will tell you that. Doesn't let them think you've left, and just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try and stop me! There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
And Sosuke-san remained behind in the hut.
That's right, yep, the author friend there. Was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging.
What do you expect? You don't know what the terrifying troubles that taunted me while we were traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Sosuke-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
And the world seemed to close in around me. I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely.
No sutras are resounded in my courtroom, please.
And now, we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when the Spider-Man asked the woman a question, very significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, no, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Spider-Man?
Ah! Now to attention, you local hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place for leisure, I suppose. Ever for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the clouds. Oh, 1 second.
We've had a power outages recently because now that the summer is coming along, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but they're playing around with the grid. Because usually when we have people who start actually coming here back to the beach, there's more stress on the grid than there normally is. So there ends up being lots of fucking blackouts until they get used to how much power is supposed to be being drawn here. So because of that, there's a backup battery system in the alarm at the house, the security alarm. So every once in a while, it just starts beeping and goes beep 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 beep, and I have to tell it to turn off. I haven't had it happen in like all winter, and it barely happens during the summer. But it's been like, it happened a month ago, and it just happened again now. So that's why I had to turn it off. Oh yeah, we had some like insane, like the wind and the rain doesn't cause problems. That like I never have a power outage because of the like weather. The only power outage I had, I think, was during the ice storm, and that was only for like 5 minutes. And I think that's because people had a lot of stuff on in their house or whatever. But when it like rain and all that and snow doesn't affect there's constant heavy winds happening here all the time, and it doesn't affect the house. It's only when there's a lot of people here that it just kind of yeets shit down. But yeah, since the entire shore was built with heavy winds in mind, all of the power lines and everything are very resistant to winds and storms and such. It's just stress on the power grid. How much power is even sent over here. But I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosenaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Sosuke-san? And I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How'd the woman respond?
She didn't. She said nothing in response. But
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you would amend your testimony.
I will. I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was.
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you indicated the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and mustache, because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear. Sosuke-san really has developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on the time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at this xenophobia.
But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writerman?
Huh? Well, yes. Alright. She didn't respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Sosuke-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing to the far side of her. And when I asked, "Who did this to you?" the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point the trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. However, that's also pointing at the location of where she was sitting. No.
Sosuke-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction towards the guy taking the fucking picture with the camera. Actually, no, not slightly. In a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Just somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Attention!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, this woman may barely have seen conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger waves slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in absence of a credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No.
No, no!
The headline's running itself. Dashing lawyer hopes dashed. No need to point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Sasato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back on everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet,
Because she had just been stabbed.
before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ree? Somewhere amid all this information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the Guardian Yoko student's luck finally runs out. And I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your education for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. an alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction! Fantasy!
Very well. As you seem to be so sure of yourself, Counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency?
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly proposing the culprit was concealed?
He was concealed here because he had literally just taken the picture of her pulling the knife out of the back.
Take that!
The true culprit was in this area here.
There, Counsel.
That's right, Your Excellency. I believe the culprit was hiding in the location I've indicated.
Why?
Oh, well, that's rather hard to say. Was I off, or...
Clearly this particular theory needs
further consideration? Alright, was it... Oh, okay, so it really is just in the back. Okay. Alright, so the thing is... Does it wanting me to say it was here? Because this is where the picture was taken. So, which is why the X is there. So I thought that's where... I thought she was pointing where he was taking the picture. I guess they just mean, like, literally outside of the hut.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
What?
Order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding in my You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. Well, I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting this was precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you
The defense's assertion is clear, too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory and the victim was stabbed outside the hut?
I assume it's just the picture here.
Take that!
Well, I presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence.
Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears your theory of how the victim was stabbed?
It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency. I think that what you're looking for, Counsel, was downfall. If your theory is correct, that knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut. Yeah, there should be a visible trace somewhere. Oh, okay. Sorry. So here's what I thought was happening. So I thought there's clearly, you can easily make a hole inside the shack. So this evidence proves it because you can easily just push it apart to stab through. But that's not what they want. They want this photograph with that hole, the one I pointed out before, behind where she was sitting. So it just wants the other photo.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in its print. The trace of the fatal thrust was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed that what I was referring to.
Gatchel, what again?
I must call you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photographic print the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place outside the hut?
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Nah.
And of everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Ration Memento-san! Mo-san! It could only have been you! No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant and the defense before the victim's death.
Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew I was untouchable.
The stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was...
killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen.
Nah.
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Mo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd! This is absurd, you bumbling boob.
That will do. It would appear that we have a tactical admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, the court...
We have an admission of guilt from the witness, aka he said nothing.
Accordingly, the court has successfully established the truth of the matter, which means the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial.
I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and... Hold it!
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and banning them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut. through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have had this happen on that. Yeah. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
What? What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
Is that poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing is stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that the poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Isn't that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that the particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
Ah. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being in the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have you, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
Ah.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Okay, so... I've been sitting here having a bit of an issue. And I realize what my issue is. I've been saying his name wrong the whole fucking time. It's supposed to be like mini memo or many memo, but I've been calling him meeny miny mo. I've been putting the miney in there. It's like meeny memo. That's a meeny memoism. But honestly, fuck it. His name is Meeny Miny Mo now. We're not changing it. I'm not saying it correctly. Fuck it. Oh, I don't care anymore. I've given up. Fuck him. Although we all know he's gonna show up as a juror when we're back in Great Britain. Also,
Order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
you mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked into the sandy floor at the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into earlier. Or slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it?
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, Why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, it's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Huh? Don't tell me you have forgotten. That a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wild eyes. This is a prime press fodder, this is.
It would seem that the trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of the magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim to be impossible, that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You'll explain to the court in your testimony the basis on which you would make such a claim.
I'm a journeyman, I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because of that. Meanie money moism.
For a brief moment, I thought he'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped through back in obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Probably another 22 minutes. They had time to fill, I guess.
Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman.
Flat out admitting it? Alright.
Yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that's the very fact proves that I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have the sense of justice done.
So, you admitted then that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen.
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to pressure among foreign powers that lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders couldn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing the truth that is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ree again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! The jury now here is off the hook.
The argument is sound.
Really? No. Okay, look, I know this isn't actually how the law works, yada yada yada, but whether the person was dead or not, your intent was to kill her. So, you stabbed her with the intent to kill her, and she was actually not even dead yet. So, you still, in fact, can be charged for murder. But, once again, not the actual legal system. This is 16, 14, whatever. This is 1980s Japan, all right? Whatever the fuck the time period is in.
The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness has administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, the reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right it is. Logical and true. I'm glad we've all seen the light. I'm just gonna get out of here now. Goodbye. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I made such progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They've never stopped looking for a way forward until the final judge's gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination of this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency. complete innocence.
Oh yes, I said the English woman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Hold it!
So, you admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett then.
Ah, that woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was a pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on the empty Empire soil. But what did our good for nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it.
The point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the by the student girl in the cock. A crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her?
Because the defendant knows about the poison and possibly could have found a way to save her life. So you had to make sure she died.
Hold it!
Because she probably even mentioned something about her eyes being dilated. And since the defendant had actively worked on that poison, she obviously would know the symptoms right away. So you still maintain that you didn't get the poison to the victim?
Obviously! That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Do something that evil, and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You'll reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness?
Well, I heard the student girl and that pompous English murder arguing. It got my goat.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, Dr. H. Wilson. A professor of medicine. Invited her from England by Professor McTobin, no less.
Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. There is little doubt she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating at the student girl up inside. You could see it. I felt really for her.
I can't stand here and listen to this tripe.
Ree? Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Sasato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once. Benbalmi-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol. I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean?
I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That is true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would not be an easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed by the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikitoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed her existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed for myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with the deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out about my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, I wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett correspond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah yes, Meeny Money Mo-san. One small question, if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in the morning's edition of Shoryu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry. Don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. Look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word.
Ugh.
Well, Meeny Money Mo-san?
As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I'll have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of Meeny Money Moism.
Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. In English, the details of the poison article have been updated in the court record. Updated poison article report!
So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in?
An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yumi University. The reporter, Mini Memo, he's Meeny Money Mo. Meeny Money Mo-san based it on information he gleaned by eavesdropping. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Even the smallest amount entered the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced via mouth or a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Yeah.
Well, that's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never sink! Look! Whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. I want to go on record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
Ha! 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 The point is, If you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure the victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you've even tasted it. Completely reckless.
No, you put pepper on... I mean, if there's no pepper clearly on it, you just put some more pepper on it.
Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Wait. Excuse me, sir. Did you just say stabbing the victim after poisoning her would be like putting pepper on your Chinese before tasting it? And then in your next breath, you say you do exactly that with your ramen. So, you're admitting it?
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to re-entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ree and the Englishwoman.
Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Minimani-mo-san first found the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key there.
If the victim was unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter could have had no reason to stab her. In the face of it, the logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound. So, did she get it on her in a different way? The proof fatal in minutes. I guess it's supposed to kill them in minutes, and the police inspector... No, the police inspector hadn't run off until he run in there, so he wouldn't have known. Unless he expected Ree to tell people what happened, like, once again, that she knew about the poison, so he couldn't let her tell her, oh, you've been poisoned, I'm from the university, let's fix it. It's apparently entirely loose into this alcohol is rumored to be military. Yeah, current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. But she was someone from the university? So, it just stops, it just makes it hard for her to breathe with the contraction of the pupils, and then eventually it will lead to death. So she could easily have done and said things too. Like even told them who gave her the poison.
Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that's for the very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Hold it!
The stolen poison killed the victim, you mean?
I suspected of being her the one to steal it.
I mean, yeah, I did read this one, okay. Okay, so I think I did go through all of these points then. Shit, didn't mean to do that. So it's obviously says I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I about? Okay, this is clearly the thing that we have to present the evidence on.
Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? The answer has to just be the new poisoned article. Like, it's just that.
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason.
Well, what?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for the newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There could be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, we were all told that it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Meeny Money Mo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened to the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Nah.
Which means that Miss Brett
Couldn't have imbibed the poison while the defendant was present.
In fact, it must have been administered to her before
Membani-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison.
At which point, Meeny Money Mo-san over here heard something worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. That's the thing you're focusing on? Really? Alright, game. Show me the way.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite the understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab.
Yeah, but that just easily points to Ree. Ree could have easily have taken it out. Not easily, but she would have just had to find some way of sneaking it out. And furthermore, anyone affected by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death.
The extreme contraction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable.
In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin you've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. Nah, that's a stretch. Nah, that's a stretch. She easily could have taken that poison just to poison her anyway. Like, Membani could have taken it even if, like, you're saying, like, so the idea that a person who commits a crime has enough forewithal or to cover up their crime is a misconception. There's a lot of criminals who do a crime and just don't cover it up, or they don't have an ounce of self-preservation. There's some who do, definitely, but every criminal doesn't commit a crime and then instantly think, how do I get away with this? In fact, there's a lot of criminals who eventually end up giving themselves up because, you know, even guilt gets them. That's on the side. But Membani wasn't thinking, oh, how can I get away of killing this person without me getting caught? She would only have been thinking, how can I kill this person? And the first thing that would have came to her mind would have been the poison I'm developing here in my own place. So the idea that, oh, well, she wouldn't have used it because it could have been tracked back to her, that's not how people work, unfortunately. You don't pull out your gun and file off the serial number before shooting somebody, because what if it got traced back to me? No, you don't do that. You just pull out your fucking gun and you shoot somebody because it's the thing that was close by at the time. In other words, someone like you, unless you're like putting like lots of forethought into it and actually wanting to get away with it. But once again, that's not how a lot of crime works. In other words, someone like you, Ration Mimimem. See, this is why I'm not saying mini memo, because I would just blab it up. So it's mini money mo. I could honestly say that much better. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to an unwitting victim. But you quickly realized it was a terrible mistake.
Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms, it was so traceable.
Once again, I don't even think this is true. Like, if they said Ree would have been able to tell what poison it was and maybe had an antidote to save her life, that I could see more than this, but... As you listed from that far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. Your plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Attention!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Which, why was he carrying a massive knife on him anyway, but whatever.
Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument if it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes. I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much of the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope?
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My blood...
I don't need it! A counter-argument!
What? What are you talking about?
I should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't see a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound quite plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what did the professor said earlier in this trial? It's all here, in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. The power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors in the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
How's that then? Blowing the story wide open.
See, I, Ration Memento, a mere reporter for the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison. From the professor's laboratory.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case...
As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you ignoringly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. there is one way that you, Meeny Miny Mo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now. Thank you. What of the court must be shown as evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison that day in question?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can it possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Ma, I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash in words in the wink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write the letter.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah,
And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word! Can this really be?
Well, Meeny Miny Mo-san, when you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
more absurdity! That never happened!
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted.
Also, would you really have thought to check their pens?
Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Meeny Miny Mo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that, in your haste to act while the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from her into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using the pen to write down details for this conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of our outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes in to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison was filled its reservoir and had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what have you to say in your defense?
What? So this is how your modern society system's justice works, is it? So what if the ink of my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always call myself back into the game. I have plenty of reserves. Ha! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's a wild speculation, nothing more. You thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again.
It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not the witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that what he did with the evidence.
Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Meeny Miny Mo-san, this is how your modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, Evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. You need to show me some evidence that you didn't poison them. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present their affirmation evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece of the puzzle.
The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is in that bottle?
This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Nah.
Yes, that poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective. Simply with this chemical reagent, anybody anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop in the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Meeny Miny Mo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat.
Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
It isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this. I'm trying to hold its head on civilization. The battle of the head of ethical bombs in front of the money pen. I fought twice in the battlefield. In the middle of the distance, Russians the many miles imperial conditions.
Sasato, with me!
I'm there.
Did I do it right? That was a Sasato takedown, wasn't it?
Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear that everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink of the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Meeny Miny Mo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then, why did the English woman end up dead?
I went to that hut intending to quiz her on a situation, that's all. A reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. And I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What? What did you call me?
In this country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you wolf. Get out and crawl back to the cave you came from.
That's what I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale. Well, why did you have the knife on you? Alright, so you randomly had the poison. Now explain the knife. Why did you have the knife on you? I don't fucking believe you.
In my head, I knew I should have scared her there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with that. What she said she'd done. When she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in the courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
Cover up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away for a sunset as a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor tore up the article.
It came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have? What to see what justice has done? Myself?
Let's not forget, Minimanimo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you try to lay the blame at the defendant's door. So sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. The moment it possibly could have maybe have come out that you had a connection to it, you instantly stabbed her instead. You didn't even give a fuck. You should have turned yourself in and said I was the one who did it, if you had a sense of justice.
I suppose.
It would appear that we've reached a conclusion in this trial.
Also, you can't see it because I obviously don't have my camera on. But the way at the very beginning of Mini Memo, I didn't know how to do his voice, so my voice for him ends up just being I kind of yell my normal voice, speaking really fast while covering my mouth with my hand. I couldn't figure out what voice to do for him, so that's the voice I'm doing for him. It's literally just covering my mouth and yelling really fast.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Oh? Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way he handled this one. It gives me hope that we were generally entertaining a new era of justice in this land.
It's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts?
Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Takatsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth, not once now, but twice. If there is any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Yeah, I did a bad thing for a right reason, and then it spiraled out of control, and instead of doing the other thing for the right reason and just admitting I did it instead of letting somebody else get caught. And not only that, even when we first started to catch him for this, we literally just spent an extra 40 fucking minutes after the judge was all ready to accept it that he did it. He then fought for another 40 fucking minutes trying to say it wasn't him. Like, bro, come on, man. Silence! Or silence, rather than living on in shame. I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Ouchieism. Ouchieism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi. Is he gonna shave his head completely bald? Ah! Poof.
No, this isn't happening. There's no reason for me to go on. What am I fighting for?
Now, in regard to the defendant, Rimambami-san,
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
Yay! Woo! Yay!
This is amazing! I feel incredible! Yes, 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 yes! I can win! I feel great! I can do this! Ugh.
Court is adjourned.
"13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber."
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there.
Ri and Father?
Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry.
It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too.
The only reason I'm still here is because of you.
Oh no, I can't take all the credit. I took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ri. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you.
Honestly, you need to give some props to your dad. Your dad helped out a lot. But, you know, that's what the court assistants do.
Susato, don't be so standoffish.
Sorry?
We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more formal super humility nonsense. It's really time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind.
Caution to the... what?
I'm the great detective defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out on a milk bar tomorrow. Or something.
Right. I see. I'll, think about it, Ri?
And they were roommates.
At any rate, we'll get really knocked to the wind out of the horrid bad, and it felt so good.
Yes, it was satisfying.
It really was. There wasn't anybody else who could throw together.
I hope you're not looking at me, Ri.
Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not.
There it is at last. Ri's lovely smile.
You fought to your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Sasato Mikotoba now.
So, we'll never see him again then? What terrible shame. What?
What?
What is happening?
Ah, Sosuke-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Sasato Mikotoba.
I don't.
So dashing, so divine.
No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney.
Poor Sosuke-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was in that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sosuke-san was free to return to Japan. And now, he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. What came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. Really, I do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then, on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder of the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
Sasato kinda does. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
Ah, my arch nemesis! How lightly you utter his name!
Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson.
What? Dr. Wilson?
I just can't believe that it's a coincidence.
I think
the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that really is true, then poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. I was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumi University, but I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Huh?
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day.
What? Where did that news come from?
That's what I'd like to know, because after the long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? What's really the only explanation I can think of?
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Sasato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Let me go!
Me! Minimo-san! So your one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before you take me away. Professor!
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Jezebel Brett, you mean?
No, not her! The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago!
What? Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? Why does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it! They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never... Ah!
Well, I didn't expect to find him here. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
Judge just fucking yeeted him.
You're not going to divulge secrets in this game, not this early. Whoop. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw had arrived, Eugen, and that a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not your excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Sishiro Jakoji.
Jagoju? Wait, hold up. Sheshiro Jigoku? There you go.
Sheshiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken a more dashing appearance. Sasato.
Huh? Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
My judge seems everything, Sasato. I couldn't let you take the risk if Cicero here hadn't known and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word with his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Cicero, shall we? Yes, having ruled on the case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our little conversation a little later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
What did you say to my Shishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I said a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Jezebel Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikatoba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Sosuke-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
Huh? This I have to hear. Please, Sosuke-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I have embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back to my homeland.
Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikitoba. He was asked to me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? What particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases? Oh, no. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course. I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that the case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over. The second case was just a random knife fell out of a thing and into some lady's back. Why could that be so important? It's just some random person who died by happenstance, right? Right? I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Alright, and that's the end of the first trial, aka the tutorial. The almost 5 hours. Although I did yap a bit, so it was probably more like 4.5 hours. For the tutorial / first episode. So there are going to be 4 more cases coming up, which we will be continuing with tomorrow. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. The Great Departed Soul. The Twisted Karma and His Last Bow, and the final chapter, The Resolve Ryunosuke Naruhodo. We got 4 cases to go. I don't know if this one's just going to be an investigation one, and then they'll start giving me 3 cases in a row like they did before, or if this will be a full case. Probably just going to show me investigations, and then they'll slowly start mixing investigations and cases for these 3, like they did with the original one. But anyway, this is where we'll be back tomorrow. Same time. I'll be starting with the Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro at 7 as I always, same time I always do. If I do another earlier stream in the day, which I did do actually, I did a little bit of Mega Man Battle Network 3, which you can watch either on YouTube or on Twitch on the VODs. And I'll end up doing a little bit tomorrow too during the day. Probably. I really like Mega Man as well. But yeah, this it does take a lot to read all through this, but I got through it pretty well. And hopefully I'll have some more variants and voices, because I didn't expect Sosuke and Ouchi to be in the same trial and get caught on doing almost the same voice. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll be back again tomorrow with some more of The Great Ace Attorney.